Good afternoon, student. I am waiting for only 14 students are joined. Now it's 1:35. Another 5 minutes wait and we will start. Okay, good afternoon, student. I create that Google Classroom. It's easy to communicate with you for the all lecture notes and assignment, everything you can easy to manage. Uh, but it's still 19 students. I think more than like that. I don't know that today is the first day. I thought your lectures is over for 12:30, the morning lectures. Hola. Um, uh, Hola. Online. Anyway, we had to manage uh, for the 11 weeks. Okay. Then after second phase, you have the some practical session for the physical mode. Others are going for the online mode. Okay. The PDF file. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Uh, we'll check it how many students are there. Now 25. Okay. This is a course structure, sorry, model structure, descriptor was of a project management. This is the 4 credit only. Okay. Then we will do some group project or something we had to do for the, we'll see, check it. One or two assignments there. Then please continue to participate the lectures, not for my lectures, other lectures also. All are going to online. Some are new lecturers, but they teach little different sometimes. But they already teach for the last semester, last batch also. Therefore, we continue with the same people. Any difficulty you can tell to me because I am the coordinator. Mm, okay. Uh, then please communicate with the lecturers and do the assignment because that is the problem at the end of the semester. They will give the eligibility according to the your attendance and assignment. Yes. Therefore, some students last time also some students had a problem. Then low attendance is there. Then the one of the lecturer given the at least he checked for the 60 percentage, but some students are nearly 75 students are less than 65, 60 something. Therefore, so only few students are eligible. Like some problems happened for the last semester, last batch. Then you also think about for the uh, attend the lectures. Okay, if you 1 or 2 days, okay. But if you continuously less attendance there, that's a problem. Mm, okay, this is the 4 credit model. And you are the learning outcome, the capability they are choosing the professional, vocational or study area for the adapt for the manage changes and aware of the environment and operate effective and ethically work in community situation. Then if you know the project management, then you also manage your project. Okay, now you are in the industrial working, some B2 students are already employed, the B1 students are in the industrial training, then you also involve the project. Then how to manage the project. Okay, project for how to manage your project. Then here we study for the project concept, principle and concept, project management, bodies and knowledge, manage method, project selection process, governance and appropriate and life cycle of the project structure categories, role and responsibility of the project manager, project team, project scope, okay, project brief, goal, objective. These are the things we are going to study. And this is the main for the common life, but we are going for the category of the software project and human component and planning. That's the focus for the software the, area. Okay, you are a software project manager. Uh, that's a 60% for the index and 40% for the mm, okay. Before start for this one, we want to talk. I also talk with the course structure. Okay, you are the software group. All are joined. Now is the 25. Okay. Okay, you are the software group. I will introduce it. Okay. Okay, student. The BTech in software technology. In the first semester, you follow the whole subject and communication skill is the non-GPA 3 credit. Okay, non-GPA. Then semester 2, also communication is the non-GPA 336 credit. Okay, student, 6 credit. And now you earn for the 6 credit for the non-GPA and other subjects are compulsory and GPA subject. Okay. Then the third semester you had a non-GPA subjects there, elective. That's I think psychology you follow. What about the soft skill? Did you follow the soft skill personal development? Anyone? Okay, this is the elective subject non-GPA. Okay, here this is the compulsory. Communication is a compulsory and non-GPA subject. You should pass and compulsory. Here you had to take, but in here the eligibility and as an elective subject, one of two of one, you can do it. Okay. Anyone can speak, huh? Then I want to soft skill and personal development. Anyone did that one? The software group? I think someone about the uh, message something. Mm, any message? No. Ah, then okay, one person is no. Okay, then they are not offer. Right, sir. Then okay, then you did for the psychology. That's also elective subject to credit. Now fourth semester. Okay, that's a elective subject is there. Okay, meditation. This is the non-GPA. Okay, I think meditation you did. Okay, meditation you did. And UX engineer also elective subject GPA. It cover for the elective subject GPA. Okay, these are the non-GPA subject. Elective non-GPA. These are then I think you didn't do for the energy management in IT environment, but you did that meditation and stress management. Okay, then that's a elective subject non-GPA. But in here is a UX engineering 2 credit elective GPA subject. Okay, then if you go for the fourth year, okay, fourth year, uh, there are elective subject, 4 subjects there, but we are not offer for this photography and occupational health and safety. That's also non-GPA 222. Why? Because you can see here you are graduate. Okay, you want to graduate. The total number of degree here, minimum number of and maximum you had to earn. Okay, maximum you had to earn. Okay, non-GPA subject 14. Okay, minimum number of credit required to graduation. You can obtain this one, but minimum number of credit for the graduation. Therefore, you had to get for the non-GPA 8 credit. Okay, student? Non-GPA 8 credit and GPA elective subject 5 credit. Okay, 5 credit. Now already you know that's the communication skill, non-GPA, but the compulsory is there. Okay, compulsory is there. Then non-GPA 3, 3, 6. Then you did for the psychology is the 2 and 8. Okay, therefore you cover then meditation. Now is a 10. Already you cover for the more than 8. Again, we offer for this one is an unwanted thing. Which one? Occupational health and photography. And another problem also, no time to deliver for the within this time frame. The 6 month, okay, 22 weeks, sorry, it's not 6 months, 22 weeks we had to, then therefore the software shouldn't have the 9 module. Okay, they can take for the 8 module. Some modules are why we want to offer for the 9 module. Later I will explain. But now you had the 9 module. Therefore, I put the 1 module for the late evening also, the digital marketing, because we cannot accommodate for the 8 module for the that 22 weeks, morning and evening. That's the 8 subject we had to cover. Okay, only only that is a digital marketing 3 credit. Others are 4 credits. You can see that. Then multimedia has another 3 credit. Okay, only 11 hours we can, but other students, who are the students, network students, they had 8 subject. Then we had to accommodate for the whole subject there and here. Now you can see there's an elective subject minimum requirements there 5 GPA. Okay, 5 GPA. Already you did the UX engineering. Is correct? Okay. UX engineering 2 credit elective GPA subject. Elective GPA. Then 5. Another 3 is need. Okay. Then here you can see two subjects are elective GPA. What is the game development program and digital marketing? One of one of things okay enough. Okay, one of subject is enough. Game development or digital marketing. One of thing you can take this semester. But if you like to learn that things also, digital marketing also, because the freely you can learn. If you go for this want to learn self-learning or sometime you join for the other institute or something, you want to learn, then you have to pay some money or something. Okay, that also you can freely learn. But if you sit that exam or if you apply for the exam, you should be pass. Otherwise, you cannot graduate it. Okay, then if you learn for this one, okay, game development with digital marketing, you can get for the 183 credit. We need for the 180 credit for you graduation. 180 credit. Okay, here is a 167, 8, 175, 580. Okay, this is the minimum requirement, but you can get more, no problem. Okay, that's the thing. Then, okay, why we are offer for this digital marketing? Because here digital marketing is the elective subject for you. Okay, student, elective subject for you. Okay, you can see for the multimedia. Okay, you are here. This digital marketing is a compulsory subject for the multimedia. Therefore, we should offer. Okay, we should offer that thing because multimedia is compulsory. Then commonly we can offer, you can join it. Okay, but in another case, why we are offering for the game development? Because the game development and intelligence system is a elective subject for multimedia student. But they also have to max minimum 5 is need. Minimum number of credit required for graduation. 5 is need, but they haven't any GPA elective subject for previous. All are non-GPA subject they follow in the multimedia. Then we have to offer for this game development also. Okay, here they have the intelligence system as a elective subject. Okay, elective subject and game development and two. The intelligence system is a compulsory subject for you in the software student. You can see. Therefore, we had to offer. Then multimedia people can hear it. Here, intelligence system is the compulsory subject for you. Okay. Then we offer for this intelligence system for the all degree program because the network group, they also haven't any GPA, sorry, elective GPA subject for previous semester. Only 6 semester, they had three. Okay, digital marketing, this intelligence system and enterprise resource planning. These three are elective and GPA. Then they also have the requirements of 5 is need. Elective GPA 5. Minimum number of credit required for the graduation. Okay. Because we cannot go for this the maximum. We haven't that amount of the number. Therefore, we had to use this line. Then the intelligence system and enterprise resource planning for the compulsory subject for software. Therefore, we allow to the network students also can join for the enterprise resource planning for the with the network group. Sorry, for software group. This is the network. Okay, then intelligence system also because the compulsory for the software elective, but that also compulsory for the multimedia. Then that network student can join it. Then digital marketing also here is a elective. then you also have the elective. Therefore, but digital marketing for compulsory for the multimedia. Then we offer for these three subjects. Okay, but in this case, the network group they had to choose for the two subjects because they want to get for the five. But here is the 4 and 3 is there, not 4 and 3 and 2. Okay, all are 4 and 3. Then they had any one two subject, three of two subject, any two subject of three out of three. Okay. Then now we come for the your software group. Okay. Then if you can sit the exam, then you should pass. Okay, Sunan. It is a problem. It's coming for the 2017 batch. This is the first time they are also in the corona period in the exam. Some students are apply and sit the exam, but they didn't pass. Then they repeated for the next batch, 18 batch, because they are sit for that game development. It is little difficult sometime for that also. But you can, if you give for the 2 3 days, you can join the lectures and go through. It is easy like for you. Someone now okay like you can apply. Okay, if you apply, then you absent like then you should pass the next time also. Okay, then I will give for the end of the semester. Get for your elective subject, which are the thing you select. Okay, which are you selected elective subject. I had to collect for the network and software because the multimedia is the compulsory. It should be elective subject, but they had to do. They must do. Then, but here you have the game development and programming and digital marketing. One of this one is enough. But you choose for the some students are want to do both. Okay, then you can gain for the 180 for credit or it's credit. Okay, there's a more than test like it's required. Okay, student. Mm. This is the clearly. If you have any doubt, you can ask to me. Then now you digital marketing started now. The next semester is the game development for the physical. Okay, in lab is need they had to do some thing. Then we need for the game development for the physical mode. Okay, next phase for the after 11 weeks we will start. This is a digital marketing now is going on particularly. If you like, you can join and go through. And next time also you can join and go for the game development and check it. But we must offer for this game development the multimedia student because that's the elective compulsory subject for them. But elective, but they had to do. They must do that. Okay. Any doubt? Okay, now students are no so much. Okay. Only psychology, person only meditation, right? Ah, okay. Then these are the course. Okay. Then we select for the representative and I send for the all representative number to the lecturer also. Then they can communicate with you because I also not like for the course subject wise representative sometime because if you some lectures arrange okay the subject wise or something is talk with the lecturer but the main representative doesn't know okay then that lecturer another lecturer want to talk with that assign for the lectures anytime or something. Okay. Then the main representative communicate with the main representative better because they know everything. But otherwise, if you post subject wise, you have the representative. I talk with the representative for the subject wise, one person like. Then this person, another subject want to assign for the another time or something like. Okay. Then they had to communicate with the whole subject representative that lecturers are tell anything or something. Therefore, the main representatives, they can handle only the lecturer want to change something or assignment something. They are tell that one. Then you can share that notes, that message to your WhatsApp group. Okay. Always you can check for your WhatsApp and something is the news is there. Mm, that's a better for my feeling. I don't know your things. Anyway, then I gave for that bachelor all three degree program B1, B2 representing number to all lecturers. They can communicate with you and continue life. Okay. Another thing also, I have the lectures for the 1:30. But if you have changes, I will inform. Okay. Mostly, I will inform to you any changes happen. Okay, or late time or some change, time is change, or today I unable to do that, I will inform to you. Okay, because I am the coordinator, most responsible for this semester. Okay, then we can start this thing. Okay, then I will after 2 hours, then I will give for the 15 minutes break, and we can continue our study. Okay, then I create that classroom. You can join. Okay, again I will show. This is I create the classroom for the software project management 2021 B1 and B2. Okay, this is the class code. You can join. Okay, then I will upload our material with this recording also. Okay, I will send. Okay, I will give the time to you can join. Or you can write NAOYTUVR, the class code. Then you can join to my Google Classroom. Okay, software project management. That's the objective of this chapter for this. Okay, define the scope of the subject. Okay, software project management. Understand some problem and concern of the software project manager. Define the usual stage of the software project. Okay, because the why we are using the software each degree program for the software project management, multimedia project management, network project management. All are little different. Therefore, we divide for the separate. If the project management is a common, any project, any event, then you need for the project. That's a project like project management. So example for thing, I will be also going to conduct this semester. 6 is going to start. Then, then this is the problem. Then we had to, that also we had to manage our this semester 6. Then how to manage, then how to start the thing. That is also one of the project like we had to complete within 6 and 22 weeks. We had to complete our subject module, all subject, and after that we had to conduct the exam. That's the thing. We had a time frame. We had to work. Okay, when time to time we had to monitor for okay what is going on. It's okay if over or sometimes it's missing like then we had to get the additional lecture something like we had to manage. Okay, that's a project manage. This was a small event also. Okay, then define use usual stage of the software project management. Explain the main element of the role of the management main role and appreciate the need for here. Okay, careful planning, monitor and control. Okay, this is the things we need for the project management. Okay, careful for the planning, monitor and control. Here also we had a plan for 6 months when we start. Then we are going to start for yesterday. Then we had to monitor and control also. Okay, then control means don't miss that lectures for the particular week because very difficult to find for the another week for free time. Only weekdays we can say. Mm, okay, I want to talk with you. Some other lectures are sometime in the next time. Some are doing for the late evening for the weekdays. What about you? I want to talk with that. Otherwise, I can. The second phase also, some lecturers, because they are working people, sometimes they need for the late evening because they had the Saturday, Sunday work also. Saturday work also, they had that. Then they also need for the Sunday, they had to spend for family. Then some lecturers are, they request like, anyone, it is possible to do for the late evening after 7 like because you are going traveling some one to place to other place for the workplace to your home or something then 7 or 7:30 like it's okay. Because in digital marketing I put that so there are no any all are online lecture they are for Saturday evening night but other day and sometime I never put for the Sunday also because Sunday someone are traveling your hometown to that other place or something, then it is impossible. And Friday also sometime your lecture, sorry, work is over, you are going to home. Then we can assign that Monday to Thursday or late evening, any other subject, not in my one, but any other subject, it is possible or something. Then I have to ask for you. It's okay, then I will promise and I give for that time anytime. Because the enterprise resource planning, last budgets did that for Wednesday evening. Mm. Therefore, I asked you enterprise resource planning, Wednesday evening. It's okay, like, but that is a will start for the next phase after 11 weeks. But I had to ask for you also. If you had the problem, then we had to find for the another lecturers. No one is any chat is okay or something. Otherwise, okay. Later I will ask for the end of the lecture session. Okay, identify the stakeholder of the project and their objective. Stakeholder and their define the success criteria for the project. What are the success is criteria? Now introduction about the software project management. Okay. The first question is whether the management of the software project is really that different from the that of the other project. Why? If you have already, I know, in the we start the semester 6, then we can see the progress. Okay, today I did the lectures. Okay, if middle of the one after 1 month, okay, 4 lectures are over for software project management. Other 4 lectures, something we can see the progress. Okay, or sometimes if you build the house, then you can see the progress. That's the way. Okay, you now is a wall is come for the half of the way. Then next week is a quarter, 3 quarter, something like that. That's the thing we can. Okay, after finish like then we start for the roofing. Then roof sheet is placed. That's like we can see the physical view, visual. But the software project is not in that like. They are coding, they had to achieve something and not visible because after that full, no any errors, testing, everything is over, then you had to get for your project. Okay, that is invisible. Invisible. Therefore, there's a different for the project management project. The management of the software project is really different from the other project. Other project we can visibly know. Now you are organize some event or something. Then you can know, okay, with this other arrangement, okay, that's okay. Then this day we book that hall, you invite the invitees, something like that. You had to see, okay, who are the people are going to address, then address people are ready, something that you can know, okay, you order for the refreshment or lunch or something, that also you are thinking in the like. Then after you conduct like, then during that then that also one project you have to check and monitor and control and arrange. Here is the little different for the software project manager. Okay, then we are going to look. Okay, to answer this, we need to look at some key idea about the planning, monitoring, and control of the software project. Then okay, we have to plan, monitor, and controlling of the software project management. We will see that all the projects are about meeting the object. Okay, then you have the objective for the project or some other project, and software also they have the object and any other project. A software project must be satisfy the real need. Okay, that's also real need. But if you organize that some event also, but that is sometimes is the not satisfy for the real need. Sometimes they are okay. They or you invite for the 100 people, but only 80 people attend. That's like, but here we had to satisfy 100% for the real need in the software project. Otherwise, they are not accept your project. They not accept our project because they what are they need. Then you had to fulfill their need. Otherwise, they not allow for to okay accept your project. Therefore, we want to need for the software must be satisfy the real needs. Okay. This we must identify the project stakeholder and their object. Okay, the stakeholder means the customer and their object. Ensure that their objectively are meeting the aim of the project manager. Okay, we want to ensure that their objectively are meet in the aim of the project manager. Then now, for example, in our university, we want to develop the one system to manage our university, whole thing. Okay. Then the university people are stakeholder. But manage that our whole activity something, then they have the not in the one person vice chancellor. The vice chancellor is in charge of this university. The say stakeholder is the not in the vice chancellor. Administrative. Okay, who are the handle? The top to bottom people also that stakeholder because they have do some activity, some they had to complete. They had to use for the system. Then we had to satisfy that. And if you examination branch, all the head of the examination up to come for the data entry operator, finance, that also same. Administrative, they had to manage for the human resources in our university. And we want to enroll your students. Then that also you want to manage. Then the stakeholders are all of the staff or responsible staff. Otherwise, if you only the vice chancellor as a stakeholder like, but sometimes the vice chancellor doesn't know what happened in the finance division for that. Or in the examination division, what happened in the low level, what are things they need. They don't. They are for the failure for that software. Then we want to know for the stakeholder, the project stakeholder and their objective. Ensure that their objective are meeting the aim of the project management. Okay. That is. However, we can't know that a project will meet its objective in future unless we know the present state of the project. But we can, but sometimes we are unable to achieve that all objective also. Okay, but sometimes we uh, cannot achieve for that all objective, but we somewhat we can do it. Okay, up to like, because they ask something because they have been know for the problem for the developer. Some development are not possible like, but some but we get, okay, alternative things also we can do it. Then we can get change for that objective also. Okay. What's the project management important? Okay, why is the project management is important? The software engineer and computer science and also those studying business information system. Okay, but these are more technically oriented. You can be okay impatient at having to study something which keep them away from their core. Okay, because you are going to develop the software, then you want to code it. Okay, that's a different one. So why it is important to become familiar with the project management? Why? So why important thing? Then first, there is the question of the money. Because the project management is important. You have to manage because we spend that labor work to get it. Okay, therefore we hire the people. I mean, if one software company is there, I mean they have their staff also, we have to pay the money. Okay. Then semester 6 also why the other project also. Why want important the project management project? Okay, the semester 6 started. Then if you take for the 1 year, okay, complete this for the study period, not in the exam. Okay, in the study period. Then uh, uh, you cannot graduate for the expected time or the date, the delay. Then we waste the whole thing, all resources, physical resources. We only need that also schedule for the late things. Then we only need for the planning. Okay, sorry, project management. First, there is the question of the money. A lot of money is okay at stake with the ICT project. Okay, this is a information communication technology project. They need for the lot of money. Okay, then we spend that money. In the United Kingdom during the financial year 2020 to 23, the central government spent the more on contract for the ICT project than on contract okay related for to growth about the 2.3 billion sterling pound as opposed to 1.4 billion. Then they spend this huge money. Then they had to monitor, manage that project, otherwise waste that money. Okay. Then that also things control, manage everything, but you had to get the benefit also. If you spend for the 2.3 billion, then we have the benefit gain for the other how many years? Okay, how many years? Now also we have the economic problem. Why that we have some unwanted project is completed, but we cannot get the expected benefit, profit. Okay, they develop for this Lotus Tower. Then they also not get for that thing. Okay, then they make for the international stadium for that south. That also problem. That's a like because they wouldn't get the expected money, but they spend the money. Okay, that also you want to check. It is develops what of the particular software. Okay, it's the money. The first is the question of the money. Then we spend the money, then we want to check it is complete within the time period. Okay, then we can get some project are need for the own time because they are going to start something. Then that software going to use. If you delay, then that event also going to delay. Then they lose the money. Then they cannot get for the benefit. They spend the money, then need for the project management. Okay. The biggest department spent was the Department of Work and Pension, who spent over the this 800 million sterling pound on ICT. The management of the ICT project means that there is less to spend on good things such as hospital. Okay, then you had to spend less, not to the too much. Unfortunately, the projects are not hello. Okay, always successful. Okay, sometimes not successful for the that project. Always, or not always successful, but sometimes failures happen. Therefore, here is some stories we are going to talk. In the report, the published in 2020, 2003, the Standish Group in the United States analyzed the 30,500 project and conclude that only the third of the project were successful. 82% of the project were late and 33 exceed their budget. Okay, but sometimes the budget also exceed, like it depend for the economic also. Okay, for example, in the most of the people not in the software company, if you other project, if you the construction field or some other project, in the during that COVID, after the COVID, our goods and everything is nearly more than double price, more than double price. Then they had a problem. They had to exceed their budget, otherwise they cannot complete. Because one of my friend had a construction field, then they order for that uh, tiles, but the tile price is double, more than like. Then how to manage? Not in the tile price, all the electrical goods, everything. Okay, that the things also another story is there. One of the friends, they had that import for the contact lens. Okay, contact lens. Then during that they import that lens for the particular price. Okay, price mean they are import for the sterling US dollars. Okay, then the US dollar is the 180 or 190. They keep it for some nearly 1 year, like that government in the Ranil Wickramasinghe government. That time they keep it there. Okay, then that company always they are pay for the money after the 6 months. Import that thing after the 6 months they had to pay. Suddenly the sterling pounds come for the more than 300 rupees, more than 360 then they had to pay for the double. But already they sold for the that amount because they import for the 180 rupees, the sterling pound is the one, like. Okay, then they put the margin, for example, the 200 rupees, for example, 2000 for that lens. Then they put the margin, okay, this is the 2000, that the lens price. Then we put, okay, 2500, one lens is 500, all the travel charge, everything. The 200 for one lens is the profit is enough. Like. But now is the double price. 4,000 they had to pay. If you buy for the 2,000, then they had to pay for the, if you, the US dollars double within 6 months. Then they had to pay for the double price. They had to send for the US dollar, not in the our rupees. But they already sold. Then their budget is how is that they are, if you they lost for the one core for the that import the goods. Then if you lost that one core, then next time they put that all benefit for next import. Okay, next time they import for that thing, they had to put the more profit because losses want to cover for the next time. Then that's like happened for the price are increased the 3 times something. Okay, then this is they are in the 2003. This is the uh, values objectives there. Okay, 13,522 project and conduct that only third of the project was successful. Okay, third of the project. Another one third is successfully. And 80% of the project were late. Okay, they are completely late. And 40% for exceed their budget. This exceeds them. Okay. The reason for this project shortcoming is often the management of the project. What do you need? The National Audit Office is in the UK, for example, among the factor case in the project failure identified for the lack of skill and proving the appropriate approach the project management and risk management. Okay. Then lack of skill also need. Okay, if a lack of skill is there, they had to manage. So then if it's a software project, then we want to keep it for the skilled person. If the skilled person is not there, we had to outsource, hire for other people. Sometimes you had to pay more because your staff you paying for that organization is paying for some money. There is a permanent staff. But if you hire that is a special line, then they had to demand more. Then you had to pay more money. Okay, what's the project? The dictionary define put in the clear emphasis on the project being the plan activity. Therefore, I already mentioned I am going to start for this semester 6. Then more than 1 month I plan and I talk with the all lecturers what time you are possible and can take it, or sometimes you want it's fine for the another person. And then because we had the objective means we already had a 8 module. Then when we start, then the last batch we start for the physical exercise first complete and start for the next. But this time I couldn't get for the lab for this August, because other man and other manufacturing, mechatronics, they are also using for our labs, computer labs, because we combine for your degree program B1 and B2. Then if you software also, we need for the 2 labs. Multimedia need for the 2 labs because more than 30 students are there, 35, 40. Then 1 lab can't accommodate. Then 2 labs there. But if the game development, we need for the 3 labs because multimedia with combined with the multimedia and software. Then at least 3 labs need 90 students, more than 90 students sometimes. Then we need. But earlier we had the separate subject, the practical subject. We only 1 lab is okay. If the software, the B1, B2, only B2. That's a 30 student. 1 lab is enough. And multimedia 1 lab. But now is a combined 2 labs for the some subject. But in 2 degree program combined again. Then 3 degree program combined, we haven't any large classroom also. Therefore, we put the online lectures. Okay. Online lectures. That's the thing. Then we plan. Therefore, I plan for, okay, we can first start for the phase 1 for the theory subject, and online mode. There are no any physical resources to accommodate for the large group of students. Okay. The emphasis. We want to plan it activity, we want to use the tool. The emphasis on being plan and sure we can determine how to carry out the task before we start. Then we want to write it. Therefore, I start, okay, plan for, okay, Ola, online. Then we can carry out the task. Otherwise, then we want to put that is a 9 subject want to accommodate. 9 subject want to accommodate. That's a project. That's a thing. Then therefore, one late evening we have to assign for the weekend or weekdays. Okay. Because I put the weekend for that night subject, then most of the students are in home after like that is okay. Then anyway you had to manage a joint, and that's a 33 hours. That's if you do for the 3 hours for the late night, 3 hours. This might be a difficult. Okay. Then before we start, get with exploratory project. This might be a difficult to manage. The plan is the essence things. Carefully about the something before you do it. always. Okay. Anyway, you had to plan and do it. Then you are going to study for here. Some students are in the working environment. They had to plan. Okay, I had to keep it this time, particular time for our study. How to? Okay, even within the uncertain project, this is worth doing as long as the results thing plan are seen as provisional. Okay, then we had to put the plan, the time duration. Okay, that duration also we had to supply everything. For example, you start the project for that thing, then you had to assign for the people in the software. Okay, for the coding, develop, design people. After you had to ready for the developer. Then, if the development is over, then you had to ready for the testing process. Then after testing, quality. Everything is planned. Otherwise, the testing is over, but quality people are not available. Then your project is going to delay. Okay, then you have to plan. Okay, this time, we have to allocate the sum. Then we have to do it. Then best time when you plan. Okay. Other activities such as a routine maintenance will have been performed so many times that everyone know exact that to do what to do. Then we have to do what to do. In this case, the planning, the hardly seem necessary, or the procedure might be documented to ensure the consistent and the help of a newcomer. That's also problem newcomer to help. Now also I had the experience for the coordination for this semester 6. Then the last time also, therefore, which subject we can put this like this, like we can do the arrangement. Otherwise, is the problem because the exam also we had to manage for the within that period and put it as subject. Therefore, we want to plan and do it. Which subject, not classing something. He also no class for that because this you can see the our timetable is the Monday network and these things are free for that time. Because the digital marketing coming on the down when the night. Then the Monday, Saturday morning free for the multimedia and what other subject, what is group in network. Okay. Right. So then the newcomers want to learn something. The activity that benefit most from the conventional project management, like as okay, to lie between the see the two extreme in figure 1. Okay, there is a hush boundary between the non-routine project and the routine job. The first time you do a routine task, okay, you had to continue the task. Routine means that's a rule. You had to go. Otherwise, it will be like a project. Okay, you had to complete that project for the time frame. This task complete and next start. Then if you the semester 6 with the uh, first phase completed, then we can start for the second phase. Or sometimes if you first phase is not complete, then we will give the chance. Okay, you can talk with the student to do for the night, late evening lectures, and we are going to start for the semester phase 2, because we want to complete for the within time frame 22 weeks. That's okay. That also we can alternative. Yeah. That's all. The first time you do a routine task, it will be like a project. On the other hand, a project to develop the system similar to previous one that you have developed will have to large element of the routine. Okay, that's all. Now is the root. We have some routine. Yeah, is the job project and explanation. But uncertain overcomes some outcomes, sometimes uncertainty of the outcome. So you can get sometime. Okay. For example, I arranged for the one of the lecturer. Okay. He went to for the surgery or something for the within 1 month for the hospitalized. Then some already finished for the 50% or 70% lectures. Only like then the uncertain outcome, the situations come. Then we want to overcome like. Then we want to, it is possible to arrange for the annual lecture sometime very difficult because already he covers something. Then what are the test part? Then that people also want to continue and they had to prepare for the notes. It's a something like. Then uncertain, like absolutely things are happen. Then routine is there. We had to plan for the tasks, everything. Yeah. Then following characteristic for the distinct the project. Non-routine tasks are involved. Sometimes non-routine task. Okay, some want to another task will come. Want to learn. Okay, are involved the project. For example, already I mentioned if you start the software project, then first one to design. Right? If you the design develop, the developer people are okay unroutine for the they are involved for the another project or something, shortage of the staff. There's a non-routine tasks are involved, other thing. Then the problem for you are complete the project. Planning is required. Again, you have to planning for the required for the another planning. Specify the object are to be meet or specify the product is to be created. Then you have to check for the specific objective are to be meet or specific product is to be created. For example, we are going to develop for the payroll system. Okay, their objective then they had to pay for the salary for the each staff. Then they need for the pay salary slip. Okay, then they need for the every month need, and they had to deduct some loan tax. Okay, other things. Okay, they had to fine for the no pay. Then that also we had to objective. Then we that stakeholder has that object, then that your software also that meet to the objective also. Okay, the specific objectives are to meet or specify the product to be created. Then you have to check. The project has a predetermined time span. Okay, sometime we cannot time predetermine already. You have to determine. Okay, this time we have to finish. Okay, I also already mentioned for the software project also time span is time frame is need. But in the semester 6 also, going to finish for this 22 weeks, 11 weeks or first week, first phase, then second phase. That's also sometimes predetermined. We determine that like, okay, because already we had a 8 modules or 9 modules. Okay, but this time 5 modules are offer for here. For the software students, others are 4 modules. Then each module has a 4 credit and 44 hours we had to cover. Therefore, 11 weeks, 4 hours. 11 weeks, 4 hours. Then we predetermine a time span. Then therefore we put the time to complete. Okay, sometimes work is carried out for the sometime, sorry, someone or other than the yourself. Okay, sometimes the work is carried out for someone or other than yourself. That also sometimes take late. Work involves several specialization. Okay, because that work is the several specialization. Therefore, I mentioned here the software, like they have the same people not involved for the design is a different people. Coding, development is different. Testing is a different people. That's a quality checker, implementer. They all are different people. Then they for the different people are involved for the project, not in the same people. involves several specialization needs. Therefore, several people. People are formed into the temporary work group to carry out the task. Sometimes we want to put that as a temporary work group to carry out the task. Some situation. But some are like, then if you put the temporary work group, then they had arranged for another work or something. Then it's problem for the, we can complete that our task. Okay. The following characteristics distribute the project. They're different. Because the different people are need for the software development. Okay. Particular software, it is 3 people are need for the design. Okay. Other software, we need for the 5 people, depend for that. Okay. Then work is carry out the several phase. Therefore, I mentioned for this several phase: designing, development, testing, implementing, maintenance, different phase or carry out the several work because the project is want to like. Then we want to monitor how to monitor that. Like also we are going to start. The resource that are available for use on the project are constrained. Then the resource also need that are available for use on the project. If available, then you can complete the project. It's not available, you have to wait. Therefore, we are waiting for the phase 2 for you complete the practical subject. But anyway, we not depend for this. These are the subject for the other subject. But some subject is depend for the other subject, then we have to wait for that also. Okay. Then software project management, software also, we have the, okay, the cyclic phases are there, continue. Without design, you cannot code. No coding, no testing. That's like this thing. Okay, then constraints. The project is large or complex. That also you want to think about. It is a different product. That is a characteristic there in the project. Correct. Okay. The more any of these factors apply to the task, the more difficult the task will be. The project size is particularly important. Already I mentioned particular project size is important. What is that? Okay, then the project manager, then they had to divide that is a module base for the project. And after that, they integrated for the one module. Okay, then it then easy to manage the project. Then here they are the project size is particularly important. Then we have to check for the project size. Okay. If not in the things, software, but other project for construction. We want to build for the 2-story building or 4-story building. Then you had to divide. Okay, first story is finished. Then second story, third story. Okay. Then if the first story is finished, then we had to start for the plumbing, wiring, plastering. That's like we want to like then like the divide the size of the project and you can take. But the 2-story building there, then if you want to complete for the first stories and two stories complete, then we can finish for the other thing. It's easy. Then here, the project that employs 20 developers like to be disappropriate, need for more difficult than one with only 10 staff because of the need of the additional coordination. Okay, that also you can think about. If you need the shortage also problem, if you more than also sometimes difficult to manage. Okay, sometimes therefore you have to check and the project manager is the decide how many resource staff is need for particular size of the project. Okay, but they have the experience, then they can allocate that resources also. That's a human resource. The example and exercise used to in this book usually related for the similar project in order to make the technique easier to grasp. Then you add a technique. What are the techniques you can use for the similar project in order to make the techniques easy to grasp? However, the technique and issue discussed are of equal relevant to larger project. Okay, now also you are lucky we start for the project management in early. Okay, but the previous batch they study for the late. Now you can start, okay, in your project, then you can manage your project also. You have a group project, 3 people are one group, and easy to manage your project and how to manage. Then you are studying for this, how to find the objective and sub-objective. We are going to study that also. Then you can plan, then write the proposal and submit the proposal and do the proposal presentation. It is helpful for you because after 1 month or something, you can start and do the project proposal. Okay. Then they discuss equal relevant to the large project. How to technique and issue discuss for okay, similar project you first to manage, then how to manage for the big project, larger projects. They're considering the following. Okay, producing and editing the newspaper. Okay, some following topic. Putting the robotic vehicle or mass church for sign of life. Getting married. Okay, these are some projects because okay, producing the edit of the newspaper. Then how to edit the newspaper. Getting married. Amend the financial computer system to deal with the common European currency. The financial computer system deal with that. A research project into what make a good human computer interface. Then you have to do for the research project into the what make a good human computer interface. What is it? Then you can realize. Already you study for the human resource interaction, human computer interaction, HCI or HCI, human computer interaction. And investigate into the reason why the user has a problem with the computer system. Right? Investigate. Then how to, what is the reason? If you are getting married, then you have to like, okay, when you are going to marry it, then which hall, how many people are going to invite, which day is suitable for you, and if you invite them, which day they are coming, everything you want to think about. That's the planning, that's a plan and task. A second year programming assigned for the computing student. Second year programming assignment for computer student. Writing an operating system for new computer. You have to writing an operating system for new computer. Install the new version of the word processing package in organization. How to install. Then you have to think about if you individual machine or you have to install or virtual machine like any in the chair resources. Okay. Some seem okay, some seem more like real project than others. Okay, real project than others. Put them into the order most closely matching your idea of what constitute a project. For each entry in the order list, describe the difference between it. One above which make less work of their term project. Okay, some are big. Okay, producing the edit of the newspaper because the newspaper has sometimes it's 8 pages. Then easy to edit something. Okay, the get married sometime is the big because we had to arrange everything like the inviting something like. But the produce produce the editation of the newspaper. That's why we have to check for that. This like easy. I mean, 1 day or within particular hours. The amending financial computer system. Okay, already system is there. We had amending means we had to modify. Then it take like, okay, sometime take long time. We don't know what are the amendment want to need. Sometimes easy. The research in okay into the what make the good human computer. Then also you have to research and do. Sometimes take, okay, you develop something give for the user human, and what are the interface check like, okay, you have some criteria, okay, this interface is like, then the human had interact this way like, okay, sometimes that is failure, then you had to modify and again test. Sometimes if you can the first time also you can get like the good things, then no way, but we can't predict that also they happen. Okay, the project is the different type is there, and depending also some other factor also. Okay, this is the example you can think about. There is no one correct answer for this exercise, but the possible situation in this, that is the other exercise you have to across many found out the end of the book also. We have the many exercise. Okay, I use one book I will give for the reference also. Some argument the projects are especially problematic as they are temporarily sub-organization. A group of people is brought together to carry out the task. Group of people need. Okay, one person cannot complete that project also because the semester is starting. Then I can do all lectures. Not possible. Can't complete. Therefore, group of visiting lectures are there. Group of lectures are here, and coordinator and other people also supporting. Group of people brought together carry out the task. Okay. The extension of this sub-organization cut across the authority of the existing unit within the organization. Okay, that also within the organization. This has the advantage that the group containing various specialists is focused on single important tasks. Okay, the various specialists also sometimes need to focus for single important task. Okay, then they are in the group also. You can arrange some different skilled person for some more skilled person because they can help to the other people also. Because if you assign for the fully skilled person for the project, sometimes you had to spend more money to do because the project spend for the money to develop. However, the project is like to be seen a disruptive to others. Also, expert is built up during the project may be lost when the team is eventually despair at the end of the project. Then we need for the expert also for the project. Then sometimes losses come, but mostly we can finish. But the good management is needed. Okay, now we come for we want to study for the software project versus other project. Okay, what's the time I will give for the 5 minutes break because you had to absorb boring or something, I don't know, but it is a theory, but some activity also there. Then we can go for that thing. Let's go for the part. Okay, then I will give for the 5 minutes break. Then you can refresh. Sometimes you are sleeping because you had a lunch, heavy lunch. Now it's 3 o'clock. Then 5 minutes. Again, I will give for the 4:30 like another break and finish. Okay, 1:30, 1.5 hour I take. Okay, 5 minutes break and we continue. Okay, so then we can start. I gave 7 minutes. Okay, many technique is generally what is the software project versus other project type of project, other type of project. The many techniques is generally project management also apply to software project management. Some many techniques, but thread books identify the some characteristics of the software project which make them particularly difficult. Invisibility. When the physically artifact such as a breach is concerned, the progress can be actually be seen. Okay, they put the foundation after the concrete and plaster and finish. Then after put the floor, tar, everything that is visible we can see. But with the software progress, it's not immediately visible. The software project management can be seen as the process of making is visible, invisible as a visible. Okay, then you can see. Okay, that's now your design is over. Then coding. Okay, well, divide for that coding. Then that manager know. Okay, that's managing. Okay, these are the people I allocate. Then coding is going on. Okay, what? How much? Like okay, finish. Like then testing. Then integrate, testing, integrated, and after testing, quality check, testing, everything. Then they know. Then after that, finally, they lie. But they know that the project is, software project is there, then the item are invisible. But if you open the project, then how many models are there? How many things on the functionality? Everything checked, then we can see, okay, this is this large or small. But if you build a house or build a bridge, we can see, okay, this is a small bridge. This is the in physically. Invisibly, we can see, okay, this is a large bridge. That's it. Then complexity. Complexity. Per dollar or pound or euro spent the software product contain more complexity than other engineering artifacts. Okay, that's a more. Okay, conformity. That traditionally engineering usually work with the physical system and material like cement and steel like that's a project. These physical systems have the complexity but are governed by the consistent physical law. The software developer have to conform to the requirement of the human client. Okay, the software developer also have to conform that is the requirement of the human client. They want to, okay, then you can deliver that, develop that. It is not just that individual can be inconsistent. Okay, sometimes the requirement is going to change like some. Then again, then organization, because of the labs, is collective, the memory in internally communicate or in effective decision making can be exhibit the remarkable organization to be. Then we had to always we had to deal with the customer, there's a stakeholder to communicate and collaborate. Okay, collectivity, memory, poise, lapses. Then internal communication is neat. Effect decision making. Okay, then they are okay. It's your final requirements. Okay, then we can do. Then we achieve that target. Then we had to show and we can move on it. Flexibility. That the software is easy to change. It's seen as a strength. Okay, but we tell for the flexibility. Always you had to change for that system. It's a take a long time and problem. But if you build that bridge, you cannot change again. Okay, but the software is easy to change. The changes happen, requirements go into change, then we can change. But we had to spend the money. But we can change. It's a bit of flexibility there. However, where the software system interface with a physical or organizational system. It is expected that the software will change to accommodate the other component rather than the vice versa. That's a vice versa means that's other physical things. The software system are particularly subject to change. Okay, then sometimes their requirement is going to change, then easy to flexibly change. Okay, they had a plan, but after 1 month they had some face some problem during that development, but that organization needs some other additional feature or something. Then this we can change. Or that features existing feature or not necessary already required. I will change for the another features. That's also change. Management, contract management, and technical project management. Contract management. Now it's a contract also there. The in-house project where the users and the developer of the new software work for the same organization. However, increasing the organization contract out ICT development to the outside developer. Okay, then we have the contract also need for the, then we had to manage that contract. Here the client organization will often appoint a project manager to supervise the contract who will delegate the many technical oriented decision to the contract. Then you had to give for the what are the decision want to do for the contract. Then you now is the our university need for the software, but the stakeholder we are the different type. But for the particular person, get for the decision, okay, this is okay, technically oriented decision to the contract. Thus, a project manager will not worry about the estimating the effort need to be right the individual software component as long as the overall project in within the budget and on time. On the supplier side, there will be need to be project manager who deal with the more technical issue. Then this chapter also lead to the concern of this the technical project manager also later. Okay. Then activity convert by the software project manager. Then activity converted by. Then we want to do for the activities. A software project is not only concerned with the actual writing of the software. In fact, where the software application is born of the cell, there may be no software writing to such as, but this is still fundamentally a software project because so many of the other activity associated with the software will still be present. Other activity. What are they? Usually there are three successive process that bring to new system into be the feasibility studies. Then you have to study for the feasibility. Assess the whether the project is worth starting. Okay, then you are starting this project is a worth. Otherwise, why? What's the not worth? Then you are not start for that project. Okay, that it has a valid business case. Okay, if the project is there, then you had to implement there, then you had a different business case you can give. Okay, how many people want to use, how many, that's like this. Then they had to purchase that item also. Then they also have to spend the money. Okay, the information is the gather about the requirement, the proposed application. Okay, the information is gather about the requirement of the proposed application. That's a feasibility study. The requirement density can be, at least initially be complex and difficult, but the stakeholder may know the aim they wish to pursue, but not sure about the mean of the achieve. Okay, then the stakeholder they know what are their need, aim of the that project. The development and operational cost, and the value of the benefit of the new system. will also have to be estimated. Okay, we are, for example, one of the organization do for that manual work with the 20 staff, but the someone delay. Most of the delay is something like pending work is more than 3 months or something. Then, if we do the new system, then that work is within 1 month, same work. Finish for the within 1 month. Then that is the estimate that you can spend the money. We can get the benefit. Or the other way, if you develop the one system, 30 staff is working now. Then if you develop after half of the part of the staff is enough, then that also costs effective. Then you have to reduce your staff, number of staff. Okay. With the large system, the feasibility study could be project its own, write its the own plan. You have to write. The study could be part of the strategies, the plan exercise, examine the range of the potential software developed. Sometimes the organization assess the program of the development made up the number of projects. Okay. The study also you can see for the previous how many projects are like. Then strategy, what are the trick we can plan to exercise the exam the potential software development. That also you can use. Planning. If the feasibility study indicate that the prospective project appear visible, then the project plan can start. Then after that you can plan, okay, these are amount of the activities there or tasks, then how to finish. Then you can plan that. For large project, we would not do all our detailed plan at the beginning. Sometimes large is impossible because we had to finish. After that, we can arrange for the other thing. Sometimes already we arrange that things, but the large project sometimes unexpected to finish within the time frame. Then we had later also we had plan some other. All our detailed plan at the beginning. Okay, we not need for the whole. We create an outline, the plan for the whole project and the detail on for the first stage. Okay, first stage this slide. Then second stage. Then I also plan for the first phase. We will finish for the October, mid of the October. Then after we can start, but some unfortunately sometimes we have some disturbance for this or in the country situation or something like we can't complete. Then we start for the some other late 2 weeks or something like that's like that's the first stage for the detail. Because we will have the more detailed and accurate project information after the earlier stage of the project have been completed. Planning of the later stage is to near their start. Okay, then I also now is 1 month over, then how many models are finished? Okay, how many models are for lessons are finished? Then next week, 8, then 11. What are things? Then after that we decide, okay, we can start for the next phase. That software also same like so software, but little different, but we can visible, invisible for that place. And different management also there, not in the normal manner. Project execution. The project can now be executed. The project execution of the project often contain the design and implementation of the subphase. The student new to the project. Okay. Planning often find the boundary between the design and planning can be has. Okay. Then project execution, we can do the project, the design and implementation, the subphase. After the requirement, you start for the design. Then after that, you have to develop and implement that. Okay, implement, then you have to develop. Then after you had to install that also you have to mention for the implementation, but you have to develop that, the subfield. Design is the making, decision about the form of the product to be created. This could be related to the external appearance of the software. That is to the user interface or internal architecture. You can see for the wireframe something now is a may think that you are the design for the wireframe. And that is okay, like then you can start the project to develop. The plan detail the activities to be carried out to create this product. Okay. The planning and designing can be confused because at the most detailed level. The planning is the decisions are influenced by the design decision. Okay, you have to plan. Okay, you have to do something and the decision are influenced. They are the by the design decision. Then okay, that plan you have to do. Okay, you have to do this like this. Like that. The plan also involved. Okay, influence are there in the design. This is the project. That's the software project with the five major components like there's a record to five set of activity to create them. Five set of activity. Figure 2 shows the typical sequence of the software development activity recommended in the International ISO standard 12207. Some activities are concerned with the system while other related to the software. Okay. They ask for the certificate for the development. Then we have that thing. Also, if one of the companies get their leg, then report it. Type for that company to get for more project. The development of the software will be only one part of the project. Okay. So the development of the software could be developed for the example for the project, which also require the installation of the ICT infrastructure to design for user job and using training also need. The infrastructure also need because you want to install everything and the design of the user jobs and user training also one of the part to the your development the software. The requirement analysis start with the requirement registration or requirement gathering, which establish what the potential user and their manager require of the new system. You have to think about. It can relate it for the function. Okay, what are the function what need? That the system should do something. Okay. Then if you feed that, we want to get the payroll system, we want to get for the functionality for the all get the all deduction and get for the net salary. Okay. It could be a quality requirement also need how to that. How we will the function must be work. An example of this dispatch the ambulance in the response to the emergency telephone call. Okay. In this case, the transaction sometimes would be affected by the hardware and software performance as well as the speed of the human operation. Okay. Then if you want call is come, then you had to reach for that particular place. Emergency call. Okay. Dispatch for the ambulance. Emergency call. Then how to? Then you need something, this, what are the speed of the human operation need? Okay, we had to find okay, which place, then which route we can go for easy. Something is like the training is ensure that the operator used to compute a system. Efficiency is an example of the system requirement for the project as opposed to especially the software requirement. This would be also be resource requirement that relate to the application development cost. Then the resource requirement also need for that okay application the development cost because the resources also we had if you develop the software we had to install implement there then we need for that is the resources requirement development cost so here this is the figure to system and software and system. We had to design the requirement analysis and architect design. Requirement again we want to analyze for the requirement for the thing. Then the design, architect design And requirement analysis. That also it meet like we're going to check the requirement. Okay, with the design is okay, architect. Then software coding and testing. Okay, detailed design, code and test, integration. Because of model base, we had to develop because we had to complete this project within the time frame. Then we need for the model base develop integration. The qualification test, again integration and qualification test the system. Okay, code and test. Then installation and acceptance support. Then software. Then it is the process of the implementation. The software. Software development. This is the implementation. The architecture design, the component of the new system that fulfill the each requirement have to be identified. Okay, then all requirement you have to develop that component. New fulfill that each requirement have to. If you not satisfy the requirement, they are not accept yours. Existing component may be okay. Existing component may be able to satisfy some requirement. In other case, the new component will have to be made. Okay. These components are not only software. They could be a new hardware or work process. Something also there. Although software developers are primarily concerned with the software component, it is very rare that these can be developed with okay, isolation. They will, for example, have to take account the existing legacy system with which they will be interpreted. The design of the system architecture is the input the software requirement. Okay, the software requirement, the architecture for the input of the software requirement. A second architecture design process then takes place that map the software requirement to software component. Okay, and that component you had to model base that you had to finish for that software requirement. Software component. Detailed design, each software component is made up to a number of software units that can be separately code and test. The detailed design of these units carry out for the separately. So we are going to develop the one of the system as a payroll. Then separately we had to find for the attendant. Okay, how many people are there? The human resource allocate there, then work. Then that data also required for the payroll. Payroll only you have to calculate and something. But we need for the other details. Test. Okay, the detailed design each software component is made up the number of software unit that can be separately code and test. The detailed design these are unit and carry out the separate. Because first we want to find the attendant, then we can feed the data into the payroll system. Okay, these are the student people are okay. These are the no pay people. How many no pay we want to deduct? Everything we want to need. Then we had to test that first, the separately. Code and tests refer to writing the code of each software unit. Initial testing to debug individual software unit which will be carry out this stage. Okay, then we had a test for that. We had get for the expected results. Integration, the components are tested together to see if they meet the overall requirement. Okay, after the payroll, we want to get the slip, salary slip. That's the main aim. Reduction, everything finished like then get the net salary for the people. Then it meet for the overall requirement. Integrating could be involved the combining different software components or combining and testing the software element of the system in the conjunction with the hardware platform and user interaction. The qualification test. The system includes the software component has to be tested carefully to ensure the that all requirements have to be fulfilled. Then you have to check for the qualification test. Then installation. If you everything has okay, then you can install. This is the process. This is the process of the making a new system operational. It would include the activity such as a setup, stand data. We have to, for example, the detail of the employee to payroll system, set the system parameters. But I think we want to install the software onto the hardware platform and user training was. You give the user name. Then accept and support. This is the resolve the problem which the newly installed system include the correction of any error and implementing agreed extension of the improvement. The software maintenance can be seen as a series of the minor software project. In many environments, most of the software development is factored as a maintenance need. Okay, this exercise we can do later. Okay, I will give for the time. Plan for the activity must be based on the some idea of the method of work. For example, if you were asked to test some software, you may know nothing about the software to be tested, but you would assume that you would be need to. The software testing is different. Sometimes the coding people cannot test the software. Analyze the requirement for the software. If you test, you have to analyze the requirement for the software because what is the purpose to develop? Then it's reach actually. Okay, and write the test cases. Already you study for the software testing. Then you can write for the test cases. That will check the each requirement has been satisfied. Okay, for example, I want to print for your grade. Then we want to put the grade testing, or if you enter the marks, you can get the grading. Then we want to check each cases. Okay. Okay, then if you A plus is achieved, okay. B, then you had to put the which A plus range. Then give that marks, A plus come. This other range, B, that like. Then you had to check. Okay, requirement. Then you had to test cases, how to check them. Each of them sets. Create the test script and expect results for each test cases. There's a plan. You have to make it that method and compare the actual results and expect the results and identify the discrepancies. While the method related to the type of activity, in general, the plan take that method and convert in the real activity. Okay, then you had to plan, then you had to make the convert to the activity you had to do here. Identify each activities according to the plan. Its start and end date. Okay, the project management also you can use some tool, Microsoft Project Management and Gantt project. Okay, some license, some are free. Then also you can use to the activity. Then you can start and end it. For example, this is the software, but other project also then now the semester start for the 2nd August. Then when you finish, who will carry out? Okay, so mostly we have to finish that. If we start this, okay, the last time also we little late something, but here also last semester we start the July or something, then again late something, but July 14 or something, 2 weeks later, but we can conduct the exam for the mid of the January or end of January next year. Now we have now the previous batch also the results are released for the faculty wise. Another 2 weeks we have to release. After release the results, another 1 month confirm the academic council, and after you can that people can get the result. That also you get next. Yes, sometime we can move little fast to release the results. Okay. Then it start end and date. Who will carry out the planning process you put? Okay, this is the team. Then who are the team people? Remember the staff. What tool and material input the information will be needed. The planning you have to put that is a what tools or need and material. The output from one method might be the input to another. Okay, that's something. Group of method or technique are often grouped into the methodology such as object-oriented design. Okay, we are going for the object-oriented design for the software. Group of method or technique. We had to do carry out that. Then in the particular classes, we had a method. We already studied. The semester 2. You can make many methods that has a functionality. No object. Okay, this also we had to study later. Okay, I had the design there. Okay, there's some way to categorize the software project. Had to categorize. Project may be differ because of the different technical product to be created. The project also. Thus, we need to identify the characteristics of the project, which could be affect the way in which it should be planned and managed. Four facts are discussed below. The category of the software. Compulsory versus voluntary user. In the workplace, there are systems that staff have to use if they want to do something, such as recording the sales. However, use of the system is increasing the voluntary, as in the case of the computer games. Here it is difficult to elicit the precise requirement from potential users as we would be with the business system. Okay, then you have to check the category of the software project who are going to use the people. What the game will do with that's depend much on the ingenuity of the developer. Among with the technique such as the market survey, focus group, and prototype evaluation. If you develop the one game, that also you have to check for the focus group in age. Okay, some are this game for the only children. Some other games are for the youngest, that's a middle age. Oh, all anyone can do. Okay, play. That's like you had to think about the markers of your where like. Okay, if you focus for that game for the children, then you had to think about how many children are particular area, particular thing. Then how to market. Survey there. It is possible to buy everyone. That's like you have to make it that for that out. The information system versus embedded system. Information system versus embedded system. What's the difference for that one? We are category of the software, there's the information system, other one is the embedded system. The traditionally decision has been between the information system and enable the staff to carry out the office process. Okay, because the users want to input and get the output something. But the embedded system, which is control the machine. Okay, you can give for the input, but the control for the other hardware thing, machine. A stock control system would be an information system. An embedded or process control system might be control the air conditioning equipment in the building. That's the embedded system. Then they had this as in, okay, what are the input we had need, or want to check for the outside temperature. Then according to the temperature, we had to check for the internal, the air conditioner, what is the temperature we want to keep. Some system maybe have the element of both there. Okay, sometimes both. For example, the stock control system also control for the automated warehouse. Okay, automatically we had to warehouse. If we chip there, then automatically we want to, okay, these things are going to track, therefore it's going for that stock or that goods and put it there. Like we can automate it. Outsource project. Some project want to outsource. While the developing a large project, sometimes it make good commercial sense for the company to outsource some part of the work on the other company. Okay, some project want to outsource because the software company already overloaded or something there, but not too much trust. But if you get for the one project, the good opportunities like, then they decide, okay, we can do some part here, but other thing we can outsource. But sometime, okay, for example, one of the software project need for the developer the Oracle database. But the particular software company developer know any skill for the Oracle this database hand. Then they can outsource and develop that thing. And while they're developing the large project, sometimes it makes commercial sense of the company to outsource some part of its work to other companies. There be several reasons behind such a decision. For example, a company may consider the outsourcing as a good option. If it feels that it does not have sufficient expertise to develop some specific part of the product, or if it determines that some part can be developed cost effectively by the another company. Also, sometimes that's like we can bear. Now you can work here in the software company. Foreign company outsource for here because we can get the low cost work because our everything is low cost. Because if you hire for there, but they have to pay more money for that people. Okay, that's the thing. In here, you are working for the monthly basis something because if you they are outsourcing something, one day payment they had to do pay for your 1 month salary for the outsource. And sorry, they are in the country. Then they are outsource and get for the benefit. That also happened here. Okay, part of the level. Since the outsource project is so a small part of the some project, it is usually small in size and need to be complete within the few months. Okay, that also want to complete that time frame. Consider this difference between the outsourcing project and a conventional project. Manage and outsourcing project entail special challenges. Okay. Now the Indian company Excel is executing the outsourcing software project and have earned a fine reputation in this field all over the world. Okay, they are outsourcing and hire that other companies collaborate and do that. But they are now a reputation field because they are submit that on time. That's like, or they are satisfied all requirement and do that, then they can do it. Of late, the Indian company have slowly begun to focus on product development as well. The type of development work being handled by the company can have an impact on the profitability. Then they had to get the profit. For example, a company that has developed a generic software product usually get an uninterrupted stream of the revenue over the several years. However, outsourcing project fetch only one time to revenue to any company. Object driven. Okay, this is a category. That's a project may be discussed by whether their aim is to produce the product or meet the certain objectives. Okay, that's all. The project might be create the product, the detail of which have been specified by the client. The client has the responsible law for justifying the product. Okay, now you develop the software, then they had to justify the client hand responsible for the justify the product, your development. Okay, we achieve all our work, all functionality. Okay, we can do that our required work. That's okay. Then they all responsibility. Okay, now we can work. On the other hand, the project requirement might be to meet certain objective, which could meet to meet in the number of ways. An organization might have the problem and ask the specialist to recommend the solution. Then you can recommend what are the solutions you have to do. Many software projects have two stages. First, in an object-driven project resulting in recommendation. This might identify the need for the new software system. The next stage is the project actually create the software product. This is useful where the technical work is being done by external group and the user needs are unclear at the outset. The external group can produce the preliminary design at the fixed fee. If the design is acceptable, the developer can then quote the price for the second implementation, stage based for the agreement requirement. Okay, then you have to fix for that preliminary design. Okay, this is a temporary line. They accept, like then we can demand. Okay, this other, then we can quote the price. If you like, then we do that. Something, okay, you can see that here also some trial period. Then after you have to pay and use. If you are satisfied your work is neat and essential, you can go. Then we come to the stakeholder. These are the people who have stake or interest in the project. Their early identification is important as you need to set up the educate communication channel with them. Okay, now you develop the software, then particular project manager is the response for the things. Then they want one model is over. Then again want to communicate with that stakeholder, they are the people. Okay, we complete this, your target, particular service, some requirement. Then check there. Okay, it is okay. Like then we can stakeholder can be categorized as what are the stakeholders? Internal to the project team. This team they will be under the direct managerial control of the project leader. Okay, they are project leader, they are under then external to the project team, but within the same organization. For example, the project leader might need to assist of the user to carry out the system testing. User wants to check for the system working fine or not. Here the commitment of the people involved has to be negotiated. Okay, something there. External to both the project team and organization, external stakeholder may be customer or user who will benefit from the system, that project implementation. They may be contractor who will carry out the work for the project. The relationship here, it is usually based on the contract. Okay, some contract also there. Now, some in this project, software project, other project also they had a subcontractor. Okay, to build the building. Then they give for the subcontract for the plumbing, electric wiring, tiling. That's something there. Because there's some specialist need, but that particular construction organization can have for the all people. Okay, only construction people, that's only masons and something, they have hire for that. Other people are outsourcing in another subcontract. Then deal that. Different type of stakeholder maybe have the different objective, and one of the job for the project leader to recognize these different interests and to be able to reconcile them. Okay, then now you see that in, for example, our university need for some system. Then the stakeholders different because administrative people are they need some requirement. Then we want to interest, okay, communicate with them, and exam people different. That's here. That's a different type of stakeholder maybe have the different objective, and one of the job of the project leader to recognize of the different interests. Then you have to focus. For example, end user may be concerned with the ease of use of the new application, while their manager may be more focused on the staff's. The project leader, therefore, need to be good communicator and negotiator for this. Okay. Then this Bohem and Rose propose the tier EW of the software project management, where the manager concentrate on the creating situation where all parties benefit from the project and therefore have to interest in its success. Okay, then for win-win-win W they are mentioned. The project manager can sometimes miss the project manager, an important stakeholder group, especially in unfamiliar business context. These could be department supporting important service that are taken for granted. Then given the importance of the coordinating, the effort of the stakeholder, the recommended practice for the communication plan to be created at the start of the project. Then you add with the communication plan because we develop the software for the particular people. Setting the objective. Among all these stakeholders are those who actually own the project. They control the financing of the project. They also set up objective of the project. The other objective. The objective should be define what the project team must achieve the project success. Although the different stakeholders have the different motivation, the project objective identify the share intention for the project. Okay, share intention of the project. Then objective focus on the desired outcome of the project rather than the tasks within the post condition of the project. Okay. The inform the objective could be written as the set of statement following the opening word. The project will be a success if satisfied this slide. Okay, the one statement is the set of objective may be a customer can order our product online. Okay, rather than to build an e-commerce website or a product. There is often more than one way to meet an objective and more possible route to success, better. For example, you can see that in my group did that project. Okay, wait. Sorry. Okay, the intelligent manage the software management. Come for where is it? Project management. Third one. Okay, wait. Case studies from project management. Not open this one. Okay, job intelligent job management system for the job seeker and employer. Okay, they are aim also the objectives are there. Problem statement, aim. 12. It is so. Okay, introduction, problem state. Then current job placement are inefficient for the both job seeker and employer. Job seeker encounter for irrelevant listing the complicated application. Okay. Then if you update the CV, then we want to read for the CV what are their interest. That also according to we had to match for the job. Then our students are did for the that CV upload for the format and OCV, OCR, read that your vacancy extraction and matching. Then they are aim and objectives they are here. They mean to enable user to upload their CV in various forms. Then they develop for the system any format that the various format they can upload and whatever format is there they can convert PDF or document to provide the user registration feature with the email verification. That all features need. That is a goal objective to provide the unique interface for the job seeker and employer. Then we had separate interfaces. One is the job seeker and other was the employer. Want to seek that. But the system is one. But two interface need the unique to provide the recommendation job for the job seeker can be filtered. Okay, they can filter for their job. That's also that category. Something here we okay, then the object. But their aim is that they develop the intelligent job management system to efficiently feature that is enhance the experience for job seeker and employer. They had to make for the intelligent job management system. Then we had to make for the objective of the project. Then after the project, we have to check it is achieve this objective or not. Okay. Then here they are making always they ask for the to create a user-friendly interface. Then how some actually that some objective we can achieve and measure. But they ask for the how to this message like. Then we had to provide this system to some user and get some feedback. How that like? We want to give for some questionnaire. Okay, you quickly you upload or something. We can answer everything, some criteria. Then after that, you can check listing that their feedback and okay, this system user friendly or not. Okay, then we can have the objective of the project. Okay, because you build the e-commerce website, okay, like, but you have to order. Customer can order our product only. The e-commerce website where we had to order and you had to pay. Some commerce website you cannot pay. Okay, only order, then delivery time you have to pay something. That's also there. Payment gateway not there. That's the also now that's set the okay. There are many several stakeholders include the user to different business area who might have some claim to project ownership. In that case, the project authority need to be explicitly identify the overall authority over the project. Who are the people? No. This authority is often the project steering committee. Okay, they can decide, okay, this okay, everything is satisfied, then we can. With the overall responsibility for the setting, monitoring and modifying the objective. Okay, they are thing. The project manager run the project on day-to-day basis, but regularly report to the steering committee, okay, we are finish this one. Then they ready for the testing or they can show, okay, they are recommended achieved, then they can go for next. If you finish everything, then the requirement is not satisfied, like then the problem for the developer. Then you have to communicate. The sub-objective goal. An effective objective for the individual must be sometime that is within the control of the individual. An objective might be software application product must be play for itself by the reducing the staff cost. Okay, usually. An overall business objective, this might be a reasonable. For example, for the software developer, it would be a unreasonable as any reduction in operational staff costs depend not just on them, but and the operational management of the deliver system. A more appropriate goal or sub-objective for the software developer would be keep development costs within the certain budget. Okay, that's a goal is there appropriate. That's a sub-objective for the software developer would be keep the development costs within the budget, certain budget, not X. Because sometimes you increase the budget, sometimes that organization cannot pay for that. We can say that in order to achieve the objective, we must achieve certain goal or sub objective first. Yeah, these are the steps on the way to achieve an objective, just like goal score in football match are step toward the objective to winning the match. The informally this can be expressed as a set of statement for the following word to read the objective. The following must be in the place. Then specific objectives are concrete and well defined. Okay, yeah, for the concrete mean not don't oftenly change the objectives. Okay, don't get. Now we mention for the that intelligent job seeker any format you can upload. Then they are or sometimes you can give for the only this type of format PDF or Word document, not other format. That's right. Okay, yeah. Then it's a concrete and well defined. Always you have change for the requirement. Oftenly. Then is the development course also going right. Because already they have started the project. Then if you change the requirement oftenly, then how to complete? It is impossible. The values expression such as to improve the customer relationship and unsatisfied. Then we have to improve the customer relations. Objective should be defined so that it obvious to all whether the project has been successful. Then if you create the objective, we can achieve the objective. Okay, that's the thing. Or to create that objective, we can achieve. In achieve, then how to create that objective, you can't complete. The measurable ideally, they should be a measure of the effectiveness, which tell us how the successful of the project has been. Then we can measure. Okay, okay, we can upload any. That's a measure. Any format we can upload in the project. That's a measure. Okay, then first want to identify what are the methods are there. Format, sorry. Any format we can upload. What are the formats are there? PDF. Okay. Some make for the notebook, note, something like, then sometime image, not in the PDF. PDF is the text also there. Some are making for the image. Then how to convert? That also think about. Which tell how successful the project has been. For example, to reduce customer complaint would be more satisfactory as the objective and to improve the customer relation. Okay. To improve the customer relation, not in the, because to reduce the customer complaint. Want to reduce because we have no any error for your system. Then reduce the customer complaint. The measure can be in some case be the answer simple yes or no question. Did we install the new system by 1st June? Then if you ask a question yes or no. If you yes, then they are planned for the 1st June want to install. If yes, then on time we deliver. But if you know, then the achievable must be within the power of the individual or group to achieve an object. Then we can achieve. Relevant. The objective must be relevant to the true purpose of the project. The objective. Some objectives are not relevant. Therefore, you omit that. Okay. You are the project manager or something. You can think about, okay, one of the project you want to develop the software, but these objectives are not relevant for this purpose. Then you can tell time constraint. There should be a defined point in time by which the objective should have been achieved. The time constraint you get it mentioned. Okay, the exercise will come for the later, I think. I have the answer also. Then measure of the effectiveness. Okay. Measures of effectiveness provide the practical method of the checking that the objective has been met. Effectiveness, measure of the effectiveness. Therefore, I mentioned some if the measurable, then we can get that effective. Some are not measure. Okay, some can't measure for something, but in the thing. Okay, the different view, they have the different opinion. Then also can't measure. But someone has some criteria and measure this like okay, satisfied, then that's okay. Okay, the mean time between failure, MTF, might, for example, be the using measure reliability. This is the performance measurement, and as such as can only be taken once the system in operation. Okay, the system is operating, then what are the performance? You can measure. What is the performance? Project manager want to get some idea of the performance of the complete system as it is being constructed. Okay, then they are had the idea of the performance. They will therefore seek the predictive measure. For example, the large number of errors found during the code inspection might indicate the potential problem with the reliability data. Then if you have found for the many errors, that's the problem of the project manager for the idea and the measure of effectiveness. The business cases. Most projects need to have the justification of or business case. The effort and expense of the pushing the project through might be seen to worthwhile in terms of the benefit that will be eventually felt. Okay, now it's okay, but the business cases, but the uh, for example, 20 years back or 30 years back, they had a business option like if you develop some system, how many people are using, then how to share the this resources, everything. So that means physical resources, computer, something. That's the business. How many printers are needed? Like okay, now you can see if the supermarket, each counter they have their own printer, bill printing. because there they can manage for the cost of the printing. Okay, because that is the bill printing. Some other organization want to buy for the printer. That's the common thing because they are not oftenly print for the particular person, different person, different time. Then they can share for the printer. But in here, can't share the printer because one of the customer counter finish print. Then at the same time, another one can't share for that. That's the cost benefit analysis of often be part of the project feasibility study. The cost benefit you had to assign. This will be initialized as a quantify the project cost and benefit. Okay, how much value for the project cost and benefit. Okay. The benefit will be affected by the completion date. The sooner the project is completed, the sooner the benefit can be experienced. Okay, that's also benefit mean that's a cost and benefit. You can when you complete the project, then you can get the benefit. The qualification of the benefit will often require the formulation of the business model, which explain how to new application can generate the claim benefit. How to claim. A simple example of the business model is the new web-based application might be allow customer from all over the world to order the firm product by the internet, increasing the sales and thus increase the revenue of the profit. Okay, for me, now we are have the one shop here. Okay, now you see, now we are the Unitech is there because we are only recruit for the 200, sorry, every batches, 120 student for 3 degree program, B1 and B2, 120, 240. Okay, but if you start for the online courses, then we can increase number of things. Then we can get the benefit also sometime. That's also possible. But we are the free course, then can't do it for the more course fees. That's left. Then number of students also criteria there how to filter for the old student. That's left. Then we can increase that also. Any project plan must be ensured that the business case is kept intact. For example, the development costs are not allowed to rise to the level of the threaten to exceed the value of the benefit. Okay, different that development cost. That the feature of the system are not reduced to a level where the expected benefit cannot be realized. Okay, not reduced. That the delivery date is not delayed so that there is an unacceptable loss of the benefit. Okay, therefore we can get the benefit because the e-commerce system we need for they are going to introduce for this new year period or the December. Okay, their business model keep it. But if therefore they spend the money to develop the e-commerce. But if you not deliver for on time, it's delay, then they lose the benefit. But if on time you deliver, then the more customers order and the sales also increase. Then they can get the benefit. Now it's the project success and failure. The project plan should be designed to ensure the project success by preserving the business case for the project. However, every non-trivial project will have the problem. And at what stage do we say the project is actually a failure? Okay, then we can only realize which stage is a failure. Okay, some are in the failure of the design, some are in the um, uh, development, or some are in the um, testing or quality test. Quality test. Then you can realize where the loss is come. Okay, what is the thing? Then, however, every real project will have the problem, and what stage we do the say the project actually failure. Now, because different stakeholder have the different interests. Some stakeholder the project may be seen as the success, while other do not. Others do not only success. Broadly speaking, we can discuss between the project objective and business objective. There's a project objective and different business objective. The project obviously are the target, that project team is expected to achieve that item. In the case of the software project, they can only be summarized, okay, as delivery. But they agree the functionality, agree. The required level of the quality, okay, what are the quality they need? On time, within budget, want to develop. That's the project objective. But a project could be meet this target, but the application, once deliver, could fail to meet the business case. A company game, computer game would be deliver on time and within budget, but might then not sell. Okay, but they not sell. There's a business object. A commercial website used to for the online sales would be create successfully, but customer might not be used to buy product because they couldn't buy the goods more cheaper elsewhere. Okay, sometimes that's the games are expensive. Then can't. That's also business object. It's way. We have seen that the business term, it can generally be said that a project is a success. Its value of the benefit exceed the cost. Then we can go for the next step. We can see the how to reduce for the costs and how to calculate the benefit for the investment. Okay, because you develop the software, then you had to invest. Then we have seen the business term. It can generally be said that the project is success if the value of the benefit exceeds the cost. We have also seen that while the project manager has the considerable control over the development cost, the value of the benefit of the project deliverable in dependent on the external factor, such as the number of customers. Then project objectives still have some bearing on the eventually business access. Okay, because what is the purpose for they develop this software for? Their business purpose. Then they also can eventually have a business success. As we see the second chapter, increase the development of the cost, reduce the chance of the delivered product being profitable. A delay is completion, reduce the amount of the time during which its benefit can be generated and dismisses, diminish the value of the project. Okay, then I will upload when I had some exercise also. You had to do, and next class we can discuss. Okay, already I discussed this chapter. Then you have to do that exercise, and we can discuss what are the things. Okay, a project can be a success of delivery, but then be a business failure. Okay, the project is successful delivery, but then on the other hand, the project would be a late over budget and over budget. But this is okay, deliverable, but good still over time generate the benefit that outweigh the initial expenditure. But some argument that possible gap between the project and business concern can be reduced by the having a broader view of the project that includes the business issue. Okay, then we had, because I already mentioned, they aim for this business, e-business for this year end. Then they also realize, then talk with that thing, then within this, and then they had to start which time, then plan and implement the activity. And they can achieve that software within before the new year period. Launch that e-commerce. Some argument is possible the project and the business concern can be reduced having the broader view of the project that is only the business issue. For example, the project management of an e-commerce website implement would be plan activity. Okay, such as a market survey, comparator, analysis. Okay, who are the comparator? Because a lot of e-commerce websites are there, then it is easy for purchase any goods and it attractive displays everything we want to think of. Focus of the group and prototyping and the evaluation by the typical potential user, all designed to reduce the business risks. And potential users also typically who are the users. Okay, particularly e-commerce, like then it is a target for this young age or old age or that middle age. That's like you can become the focus of the project management is not unnaturally on that immediate project. It may not be seen that project is actually one of the sequence. Okay, they successfully complete the project, but it is successful for the business or we only wait and see. Later project benefit from the technical skill learned on the earlier project. The technical learning will into the force on the earlier project. But later project benefit as the learned technology can be deployed more quickly, cheaply, and accurate. Okay, that's the experience made. Mixed expertise is often accompanied by the additional software asset. For example, reusable code, where software development is outsourced. There may be a immediate service, but this long-term benefit of the increasing expertise will be lost. Okay, so expert is there, but sometimes they are outsourcing. Then they had lost this experts. Then that was as should the manager may access which area of the technical expertise would be a benefit to the developer. Then they had to decide. You are the project manager. Customer relationship can be also built up over a number of projects. If a client has trust in the supplier who has done satisfactory work in the past, okay, they are check for the past history and after that they are like to order for the software. They are more likely to use that company again. Now also you are to join for one of the company or something, you have to check what is their functionality and what are success stories. Then you can join it for that. If there are unsuccess stories there, then if you join, then you also find for another job for within 1 or 2 years. Who has done satisfactory work in the past? They are more like to use the combine again, particular if you new requirement build the functionality already delivered. It it's more expensive or acquire the new client than it's remain the existing one. Okay, what's the management stuff? We have to explore some of the special characteristics of the software. We now look at the management aspect of the software project management. It has been said that the management involves the following activities. Okay, we use that what are the functionality, everything in the project. Then now we come for what is the management. we have to explore some of the special characteristics of the software. We need to look at, okay, the software development special characters there. Then management aspect of the software project management has been the size that is the manage the involve the following activity. Then we had to manage planning, designing what to be done. Okay, we had to decide what is the deciding what is the one done. Then organizing, making arrangement also needs organize. If you start the project, we have to arrange that staffing, select the right people for the job. Okay, then it's the right people want to need. If you recruit wrong people, it's impossible to complete. Directing, giving the instruction. Okay, instruction, like how to direct for this go ahead for the project is finished. You have to direct. Okay, this way you have to go for this like then you have to the planning is important always. Then you have to direct. At monitoring, check on progress every month, day or every week. Usually, every week they are check for the progress, and already you had in the industrial training also. You don't know, you know that monitor for the check on progress. Okay, today what are the things you complete? And we ask for you to write your diary, logbook. Then check for the progress. Controlling, take action to remedy hold up. Then you want to control the project. Otherwise, you can. Then innovating, coming up with a new solution. You can innovate. Representing, liaising with the client, user, developer, supplier, and other stakeholders. Then you have to communicate always. Once you communicate and you did and finish and think they are not satisfied. During this project time, you have to communicate, representing, okay, for the minute. Okay, the much of the project manager time spent on only 3 of the 8 identified activities by the project planning, monitoring, and control. We had to develop everything there, but they are focus, the project manager, time to spend only 3 of the 8 identified activities by the project plan, monitoring, and control. The time period during which these activities are carried out is indicated in figure 4. It shows that the project management is carried out over 3 well-defined stages of the process, irrespective of the methodology used. In the project initiation stage and initial planning is made. Okay, initial plan you have to meet. As the project start, the project is monitored and controlled to proceed as a plan. Okay, as a plan you have to proceed. However, the initial plan is revised periodically and to accommodate the additional detail and constraint about the project as they become to develop. Because sometimes the plan want to revise. Okay, you are going to like sometimes you complete this work within like this struggle for the mid of the period. Then you had that some staff to complete. Like then you had to revise. In the project closing stage, all activities are logically completed and all contracts are formally closed. Initial project planning is undertaken immediately after the feasibility study phase. You have to study for that organization and recommend. Before the starting the requirement analysis, the specification process. Figure 4 shows this project initiation period. Initial project planning involved estimating several characters of the project. Based on this estimation, that was the project management. All subsequent project activities are planned. According to the plan, you have to supervise and monitor and control. The initial project plan are reserved periodically as the project progress and more project data become available. Therefore, I already mentioned you have to submit the assignment on time, and then I can request for the eligibility. If you are not submit the online or they are not finished for the assignment, then I request that for the eligibility they had a problem. Then they had to monitor for this activity, control. Okay, and plan. The initial project plan revised periodically and so on. Once the project is executed, start monitor and control the activity to take in up to ensure that project execution proceed as the plan. Okay, the plan we had. The monitoring activity involved the monitoring the progress of the project. The control activity are instead to minimize any significant variance in the plan. Okay, the control means then we want to control, okay, everything we had to control for the whole lecture, you had to do on time for the assignment and give for the eligibility. Okay, this is the principal project management process. Project plan, then project monitoring and control is there. Then according to the monitoring control, we can project plan revision again. Then that time the process project is execution. The project initiation is there, that is the initiation. We project plan. Then project monitoring and control is during the project execution. The project plan revision. That's also the project manager. Software project manager revise that plan. Then project closing. Then after that they had to close the project. This is the project plan is an important responsibility of the project manager. Okay, project plan. They had to do the project manager. Then I am the coordinator. Then I am responsible for this course during the coordination. Okay, we had to do it. But if you eligibility is something like I not responsible for that eligibility for the particular subject. That is your responsible and that particular lecturer. You had to submit the assignment, you attend for the regular attendance there, then that is a responsibility there. Okay, but my responsibility is the project manager responsibility during the project plan. Like then, okay, within 11 weeks, we had to finish and start next and finish. After 2 weeks, study period and arrange the things. Okay, then I already scheduled the like, but if you delays happen, then we want to revise your thing. Then project manager need to perform the few well-defined activity that have been outlined below. Note that we have given the very briefly descriptive of this activity in this chapter, in this topic. We will discuss these activities in more detail in subsequent chapter. Okay, other chapter we can study. Project manager, what are the responsibilities? Several best practice. We have been, okay, proposed the software project planning activity in chapter 3. Okay, we will discuss step by step, which is based on the popular Prince2 method. Okay, we are the third chapter we can use for the project plan, popular, that activities. Okay, then this is the one of the people that had a project. The estimation, the following project attributes are estimated. Then how to estimate for the project. Then you see the requirements there, then you have to identify, okay, this model is neat, how many model you want to develop. That's an estimate you want to do for the project manager because the project manager has the experience. Cost, how much is going to cost for the complete the project? Okay, then this model and we can finish for this 3 days. Then how many staff need? That's like you can think about. Then cost you can calculate. Okay, not in the direct cost, indirect cost also there. Okay, we will discuss later also what are the direct costs and indirect costs also. Duration, how long is going to take to complete the project? Duration is also need. That's a depend for the development model of the development. How many? Effort, how much effort would be necessary to complete the project? These are the responsible for the project manager. The effect means of the all activities such as a schedule and staffing, which are the plan at the later stage, depend on the accuracy which with which the above three project parameter have been estimated. Okay, above three plan. That's the way we have the schedule and staffing activity such as the scheduling based on the estimation of the effort and duration. The schedule for the manpower and other resources are developed. Then scheduling also need like this for the estimation of the effort and duration. Then like you get manpower and other resources are developed. Now, staffing, staff organization and staffing plan are made. Okay, that also made because the staff are involved for the other project also sometimes. Then you have to check which staff can assign planning. Risk management. This activity includes the risk identification analysis and implemented planning. Okay, that risk management is important. The risks include the risk identification. What are the tricks we come and how to manage? Then miscellaneous plan. This includes the making several plans, such as a quality assurance plan, configuration management plan, etc. Okay, because the other things also we have to check. The project monitoring control activity are undertaken after the initiation of the development activity. Okay, the aim of the project monitor and control activity to be is to ensure that the software development proceed as a plan. Okay, you have to check the sure for the according to the plan the project are going on. While the carrying out the project monitoring and control activity, a project manager may sometimes find it necessary to change the plan to cope with the specific situation and make the plan more accuracy as more project data become available. Okay, but not in the project manager full responsibility, but in the staff also responsible for the project. If some strugglings come, they had to inform to the project manager. Then he can make a solution to do that, or sometimes fine for the other person or something like that, struggling the project. Therefore, the three types are there in the responsibility. The staffing, the developers, side, the software developing people, design everything, the development license and everything, involve the people, and manager, and other side, the stakeholder. While carrying out a project monitoring and control activity, project manager may sometimes find the necessary to change the plan to scope, cope with the specific situation and make the plan more accurate as more project data become available. Okay, project data become available. They can change something. It's also possible. At the start of the project manager does not have the complete knowledge about the detail of the project. As the project progresses through the different development phase, the manager information base gradually improve. Okay, sometimes they have an idea for the full thing, knowledge about the detail of the project. But the stage, if you come for the first stage, then they can get the full idea. The manage information based on the gradually improve. The complexity of the different project activity become clear. Some of the anticipate the risks get resolved and new risks appear. Okay, sometimes new risks. And then if risks come, then how to manage that? That also managers need. the the project parameter are re-estimated periodically. The parameters, what are the staffing, everything the parameters, they are project parameters, cost. Budget also sometimes want to increase because at the end of the things, if you increase the budget, then the organization also not accept. During that, you can okay, re-estimate the budget and tell, okay, we are going to increase this light because these are the problem. Okay, the parameter are raised. By taking this development into the account, the project manager can plan subsequent activity more accurately with the increasing level of the competence. The figures show that aspect of the iteration between the monitoring and control and plan revision activity. Plan revision activity. The managing control. Then figure show the managing control. In the managing control involves the setting the objective for the system and monitor and perform of the system. Okay, the managing control is the management is generally involved the setting object for the system and then monitoring the performance of the system. They develop what is the performance there. Hereby, the real world is shown as the being rather than formless. Especially in the case of the large undertaking, there will be a lot of going about the which management should be ever. Then we have to check for which management won't ever want. Okay, this sort of later. Right. This will involve the local manage of the data collection. Okay, where the detail of the location XCAS procedure 2000 document will not be very useful to hire the management. Data processing will we need to transform the raw data into the useful information. This might be a such form as percentage of the record processing. Average document process per day per person and estimate the completion date. Okay. Here this is a project control life cycle. Okay, the real time is there, data collection. Okay, then data processing. Also, then data processing also in there, you had to remove for the duplicate, everything is there. Data collection is there, what are the data is available like. But you had to make it that appropriate format something in the data processing. Okay. Then define the objective. Information you can give for information or making decision or planning data. Then according to the information you can make the decision and implementation. But sometimes we want to modeling, want to change some things. Then you again go for the making decision and do the implement. If what are the data I want to already I mentioned that in the previous also, if you want to keep it the data for the in future decision take. For example, we are the people. Therefore, always the last time we had some problem for the eligibility. Then I informed the student to okay. Don't miss the assignment. If you miss the assignment, you can talk to the particular lecturer and submit. Then they can give for the later assignment some marks as a reduction. Because you are responsible for the, you have to find for the when your assignment is there, you have to things or alternative way also you have to things. Okay. For example, sometimes the Sunday, some other places are power cut. Therefore, you have to think about okay, again full charge of the computer, keep it like your laptop, or full charge of the smartphone or tab. Then if you have the power bank, then you can full charge and keep it use that like because 4 hours you have to think. Sometimes some places are 8 hour full days. Saturday, Sunday is power cut. Then you are unable to join it. Okay, you are unable to join. That's the thing. Therefore, power failure comes. Then you have to like. Then you have to think about it, isn't it? Okay, in our example, the project management might examine the estimate the completion date for completion date, completing data answer for each branch. This can be checked against the overall target date for the completion of this phase of the project. Phase of the project. Then overall target date, completion of this phase of the project. In effect, they are comparing the actual performance with the one aspect of the overall project objective. They might find that one or two branch will fail to complete their answer of the detail in time. They would then need to consider what to do. Okay. Then this is the represent of the figure 5 of the box marking decision or plan. One possibility would be to move the staff temporarily from one branch to another branch. Okay, some failures happen, then want to move. Oh, you had to add some. But you had to identify what are the problems there. In this run, there are always the danger that while be completion date for the one branch, it pull back to before the overall target date. The date for the branch from which staff are being moved in push forward beyond the date. Then always we are giving for the time, then a deadline for the assignment, but uh, you had to keep it in, okay, anyway, alarm or something, want to remind that like. Otherwise, I had to remind, okay, you have the 1 month. You have for the, 10 days, 5 days, something like. The project manager would need to calculate carefully that the impact would be in the staff for particular branches. This is modeling the consecution of the potential solution. Okay, this is the modeling with the if a problem is happen, you have to change and do it again the decision and implement. That also the project manager or something because some people are struggle for the database design because they haven't the knowledge for the particular thing. Then you had to replace for the another person. Okay, then choose for the implementation. Okay, I give for another 10 minutes break and come. 10 or 15 minutes break. Sometimes it's boring like. Okay, 5 o'clock we can start. Now it's 4:50, 5:55. Good evening, students. We can start. Okay, by having the implementation on the decision, the situation need to be kept under the review by collecting and processing further progress detail. For instance, the next time that progress is reported, the branch to which staff have been transferred would still be behind in transferring detail. This might be because the reason why the branch has got behind in transferring detail is because the manual record are incomplete and another department for who is the project at low priority have has to be involved providing the missing information. In this case, we are answering extra staff data of the staff to do data input will not have the accelerate the data runs. Can we see that the project plan is dynamically and will need to constant adjustment during the execution of the project. Also, the books of the project management often focus the considerable attention of the project planning. Okay, always the planning. So according to the planning, they are more for the project. While this is to be expected with nearly all project must be more time is spent actually doing the project rather than the planning it. Okay. Always spending more time. A good plan provide is found for a good project, but it is nothing without intelligent execution. We have to complete that. With a good plan is the good project. Okay. A good plan provide a foundation for the good project, but this it not happen. The original plan will not be seen its stone, but will modify to take account the change in the circumstance. Okay, some situation you can change. The traditional versus modern project management practice. What are over the last 2 decades, the basic approach taken by the software industry to develop the software has undergone for the radical changes. Hardly any project is being developed from scratch anymore. Software developer projects are increasing being based on their tailor some exciting product, so reusing certain pre-built libraries. Okay, some already the project is there. Someone needs for the customize the project. Then you have to alter. In either case, two important goal of the recent life cycle model maximizing of the code reuse and compression of the project duration. Okay, then code we can reuse. Uh, some project, software project are similar for but in the e-commerce or e-commerce. But they are using different goods. Then we had to customize. Some are like, then we had to. Other goals include the facilitating the accommodation, client feedback, and customer participation in the project development work and increment delivery of the product with the involving functionality. The change requests from the customer are encouraged rather than the circumvent. But we can encourage the request, but only if changes is happen is the problem. Client, on the other hand, are demanding further reduction in product delivery time and cost. These reasons, the development has changed the project management practice in many significant ways. In the following section, we will discuss some important difference between the modern project management practice and traditional project management practices. Now, plan increment delivery. Okay, you can planning for the increment delivery. Few decades ago, the project were much similar and therefore more predictable than the present day project. Then in those days, project were planned with the sufficient details before the actual project execution start. And we use the agile model of incremental development. Then you had to plan for the incremental development and submit the project. After the project initiation, monitor and control activity were carried out to ensure the project execution proceed as per plan. And you have to check it's going on or not. Then if you're not going, now the projects are required to be complete over a much shorter duration and rapid application development and deployment are considered key strategies, key strategy. Then the traditional long-term plan is have given way to adaptive short-term plan. Instead of making the long-term project completion plan, the project manager now plan all incremental deliveries with varying the functionality. Then they had a plan for the incremental delivery. Okay, this time this deliver. Then the increment next, what else? Well, this type of project management is often called for the extreme project management. Then we are using the model as a extreme project management, incremental delivery. Then we can avoid for the project failure also. Incrementally we can see go for ahead, then they also okay as well. Increment deliver. Extreme project management is highly flexible approach to project management that concentrate on the human side of the project management rather than the complex planning and monitoring technique. The quality management of the customer awareness about the product quality has increased significantly. The tasks associated with the quality management have become an important responsibility of the project manager. Okay, the quality is needs because they are telling for that ISO, that standard is the quality they are checking in your project. But according to the project, then your all functionality and there are any error reduction, everything will become for the involved for the quality. The key responsibility for the project manager now include the assessment, the project progress, and tracking the quality of all intermediate artifacts. We will discuss the quality management issue in the 13th chapter. Okay, yes, 13th chapter, Sarya. Then we can discuss for that quality management. Change management. Earlier, the requirement was signed off by the customer. Any changes to the requirement were rarely entertained. Okay, were rarely entertained. But they are make for the requirement. Okay, if we change it, sometimes some organizations, software development people are charge more additional. That was the customer size are now actively being solicited of the product, solicited and incorporate throughout the development process to facilitate the customer feedback. Incremental delivery model are popularity being used. Then the customer can give the feedback for the incremental delivery model. Then okay, this function okay working. This like then there. If we have a problem, then we can change. Product development is being carried out throughout the series of product version, implementing, increasing greater functionality. Then also customer feedback is solicited on each version for incorporation. This has made it necessary for the organization to keep the track of various versions and revision through which the product develops. Okay, then you had the version control. Then we had to keep the different version. Beautiful. Deliver the incremental delivery. Another reason for the increment important to keep it the record of the version, the revision, the following application developed through the customization has become the popular business model. Therefore, the existence of any large number of various version of the product and need to support this by the development organization has become common. In this context, the project manager play a key role in product baselining and version control. Okay, then project manager keep it for the version lining and version control as a play. This has made change management a crucial responsibility of the project manager. Change management, also known as the configuration management. We will discuss change management in the chapter 9. We have to cover for that is the change management. In this chapter, the later of the foundation for the remainder of the book by defining what is meant by various terms such as a software project and management. Among some of more important points that have been made are the following. Okay, what are the projects are by definition non-routine and therefore more uncertain than normal undertaking. Okay, then you had to root the project. Software projects are similar to other projects but have some attribute that present particularly difficult, e.g. the relativity, invisibility of many of their products. Then invisibility, then how to only project manager would check the progress. What are the, then we can visibly know for the stage of the project. The key factor of the project's success is having clear objective. Different stakeholder is the project. However, likely to have the different objective. This point to the need for the organize the overall project authority. For objective to be effective, there must be practical way of testing that objective has been met. Then practical way, you have to test the objective has been met. Where the projects involve many different people, effectively change of information have to be established, having the objective measure of the success help to ambiguous the communication between the various party of the project. Okay, and we had to do the communicate between the various parties to the project, the stakeholder, contractor, supplier, different parties you have to communicate to complete the project. Okay, these are the exercise. Okay, later we can discuss. You can go through that. Okay, these are the last. Okay, I will upload and okay, the 7 minutes are there. Okay, I will upload this things. Exercise. Okay, this is the exercise. Okay, this is the Brightmouth College's Higher Education Institute, which used to be managed the local government authority, but how now become for the autonomous. Its payroll is still administered by the local authority and pay slip and other output are produced in the local authority computer center. The authority now charge the college for this service. The college management are of the opinion that it would be cheaper to obtain the of the self payrolls package and do the payroll progress themselves. Then you had to do what will be main stage of the project to convert in the independent payroll processing by the college. Then you have to do being in mind the of the self package is to be used. How would this project differ from one where the software was to be written from scratch? Okay, you can explain. Assume that software organization development has been asked to carry out the feasibility study to develop the payroll package for the Brightmouth College. You are the developer. Then the development organization plan to develop the software by customizing one of the existing products. What are the main steps through which the product manager of the organization would carry out the feasibility study? Then you have to do the feasibility study. Then next class we can discuss how also you can think about how to make for the feasibility study for this payroll system. Because already they are requirement is there. Okay, they had to local authority pay slips. Okay, they approve the administrative pay local authority and pay slips and other output are produced in the local authority computer center. Okay, their charges is now high. Service authority now charge the college for the service. The service, the college management are opinion to develop that. Then you have to try for the feasible side. Okay. Then generally you can see if any organization want to do the payroll, then what are the things you have to gather data requirement. Then that's the feasible study. What is the thing? Okay, then you can think about I will upload and next class we will discuss this exercise and go for the next chapter. Okay, then you can make the attendance also. One of the students in this. Okay, I asked the question for the late evening for the weekdays. The B1 students are okay, like I don't know the B2 students. They are working some places for the any foreign countries office, something like because the continuously you hand over for 1 hour, 2 days absent for the lectures, okay. But if you continuously, if you schedule for the week, late evening for the particular day, continue you have the work in night, then it's a problem. Okay, if you uh, make the attendance, you can leave. Next class we can continue.